Ok, señores, bienvenidos, bienvenidas. Tenemos la versión 4.2 de Genshin, salió el día de ayer, ¿verdad? Tenemos que concluir o más bien ver qué nos trae la 4.2. Hicimos unas tiradillas anoche por la Arconte Hydro, a.k.a. dígase Furina, la tenemos aquí, está por aquí, la tenemos al 70 ya. La Arconte Hydro. ¿Qué más? Bueno, estamos prefarmeando algunos materiales de ella. Ahora vamos a ver, vamos a hacer este boss y luego vamos a arrancar con la misión de Arconte de una vez. Vamos a ver. Vamos a hacer este vocecillo para después irnos de una vez con la misión.
Seems like an emergency. Bitter pill to swallow.
Nice and spicy.
Scatter. Flicker.
Adiós. Ok, vamos a ver. Incluso vamos a equipárnosla a ella.
Witness my magnificence.
Entonces, a
Thank
ella y
you
al
for
juez
permitting-
supremo vamos a
no,
equiparlo yo dos.
inviting me to join you.
A ver, si yo la pongo a ella en modo... Mira qué chulo. Si yo la pongo en Neuma se pone oscura y si la pongo en Neuma, ajá, Neuma y Ósea. Sí, oscuridad. Entonces, vamos a arrancar con la Archon Quest de una vez. Mascarada de los culpables, acto 5, dice aquí. Una inundación furibunda. Por fin llegó el último día de su condena. Es hora de hacer el papeleo para salir del fuerte Meropide. Vamos allá. Vámonos por aquí arriba. Dice aquí, interrupción de misiones. Seguir con la misión seleccionada podría ocupar algunas escenas de las siguientes misiones. No importa. Esto lo que hace es que gilea, pero vamos a cambiarlo. Eso está roto, que hace esta loca. Don Cangrejo siempre se queda atrás. Vuelve al ala de descanso. Ya ha pasado tiempo desde el incidente en el Fuerte Meropide y su estancia aquí ha llegado a su fin.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Is it important supposed to happen today?
Claro que
It
soy
is our big
Paimon.
day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede! Come on! We've got to go complete the release procedures now!
Mascarada de los culpables. Habla con la recepcionista. Ah, bueno, la recepcionista está ahí mismo. Oye, di que Monglane, diablo, el
Please
maldito
sign
nombre.
here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Mirapede via the.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
Oh,
What's happening?
what's happening?
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that trigger was just
Temblor.
now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Ve a la oficina. La oficina está aquí.
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two.
Qué alegría verlo.
Is there
Necesitan
something you
algo.
wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it
Superficie.
came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
Oye, eso ni se acuerdan.
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now?
Claro que no vamos.
That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being
¿Se
down here
sienten
for so
todos?
long,
Y no,
imagine
¿qué
you
lo que
must
es,
feel
papá?
like you're
Bienvenido.
Don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
Todo bien, mi hermano, aquí.
Do our best to stay out of trouble.
Haciendo esta misión
It seems our work
de
at the
Genshin que
Fortress of
dura como
Mirapede
3 o
is
4
finished.
horas.
That's the end of another chapter in our journey.
Todo
And
bien,
since
brother,
Paimon
aquí.
was the one who asked us to come
Bajando un
here,
jugo de tamarindo ahí.
we should probably go
Ahorita me
report to it
duermo.
now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia.
Palacio Mermonia.
You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Ve al Palacio Memorial. Pero después todo bien, mi hermano, y usted en trabajo está. Sacamos este personaje que es el Arconte de Agua, la reina de la Nación de Agua. Ella cambia de color. Blanca, azul oscuro.
Let the world collide!
En trabajo, mi hermano. Como debe de ser. Ay, por aquí.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies, Monsieur Nerva.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Bueno. Ah, ya están como en su casa.
Seems a lot has been happening.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink...
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Mierda, pues están ocupados feo esta gente aquí.
All right. That should wrap things...
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede. And it appears that you have managed to complete all the
That's right. And we came here to see you right away.
Le cuentan a Nobile todo lo ocurrido desde el incidente del agua del mar.
A massive whale.
Una ballena
Do
gigante.
you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
¿Qué fue ese temblor de
Oh,
agua?
right. Paimon felt it too. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose. at
Ay,
an
ay, ay, el agua
alarming
está
rate.
subiendo ya.
The water levels rose? Oh no. What about all the people?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, if the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding... I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once...
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
Gracias, Neuvillet. Vamos a Poison.
Oh no. What happened here? should be around here, right? We need to make
Y cuénteme, hermano, ¿qué es lo que en Talking?
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Hay una persona en el tejado. Tranquilo, quédate donde está, ya vamos.
All right, just hurry.
Nada, aquí viendo un poco de este juego y trabajando algo. Jeje. No hay más nada.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
Oh.
My Desiree.
Pues llorando que está.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg.
Ah, bueno, pues han pasado pile de vaina fea aquí.
How could this have happened? It hurts.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Sigue buscando a Navia.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It
Sí, pues ella vive en la
was quite a disturbance, in
superficie.
fact.
Digo, en la profundidad.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supply.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to...
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation?
Right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, the rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly
Mierda, el
as
agua
possible,
subió así porque
but
el
there have
agua del
been
mar primogenio
a
mata a la
lot
gente.
of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater. So the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed...
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Sí, vamos a
Thank
ayudar.
you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Melu sí sirve.
Demoiselle, we've got a
Se
situation
lo
here.
tragó el agua, parece.
I'll be right. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Navia va de un lado a otro hablando con la gente y organizando. No deja de tomar las
Okay,
mejores
The
decisiones
wounded
posibles.
are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Ve al cementerio.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Qué poca gente.
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think they're...
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to.
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just. Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Quentin Watson, ya lo tienes.
Everyone
Yo lo tenía,
agreed on the rescue plan, but still,
y no, pero entonces
I
bajé
was the
unas
one who
cuantas
initiated.
actualizaciones y a cada rato
They
me
were
actualizaba.
helping evacuate the
Y en
residents,
estos días
but
lo
they couldn't
desinstalé,
leave
pero yo lo
in
puedo
time.
instalar de nuevo. Yo lo jugué un poco, pero lo dejé de jugar porque todos los días me
And they were
actualizaba. Yo
caught
no sé
in
si
the
era que tenía un
seawater.
error. Yo lo desinstalé, lo voy a volver a instalar en estos días.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone.
Ya
I just can't.
espera el 3. ¿El 3 de qué? ¿De diciembre?
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Cal.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone in...
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After
Ajá.
all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered master.
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray,
Diablo, 12 muertos.
Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus. The overall outcome indicates that the cost...
right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should... Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone.
Tomaré vacaciones ya la semana que viene, si Dios quiere. Ah, pues
You're right. Thank you, Paimon.
lo
What
voy a
you
bajar
said
para que
just now was
juguemos entonces.
Pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh,
Yo dejé 2 semanas guardadas para el año que viene.
really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Anda, el DH otra vez.
The knave? What are you doing?
Ah, bueno, Fortnite también.
Ah, is everything going well on
Mañana yo
your
le voy a
side?
dar Fortnite.
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know
Ni
each
yo, Ino, yo he estado aprendiendo ahora.
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me.
No sé, Archelino como que muy buena
Thanks
gente,
to the
¿no?
knave,
Sospecho
Spina di
algo.
Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that.
You and your subordinates did everything you could.
Ahí hay como algo raro ahí.
As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for others' salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... huh?
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water level. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the...
So that's why the Fatui were already...
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to... Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family. But Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh! That somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family...
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? Boy,
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
A una misión ahora.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But there's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind...
Since you put it that way, I have no objection. All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's...
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack.
Aún más para allá tú sabes. Tú ves, ya hicimos la primera parte de las 3 misiones.
these the ruins the knave was talking about?
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Ruinas antiguas. Me huele que se viene bobo.
Illusion shot!
Strike a pose! Time to shine!
Be sanctified.
Dada Kondala.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Ya tú sabes, ella invoca mascota y mira, las mascotas duran un tiempo, sí. Según el talento. Ya tú sabes, duran 30 segundos.
The floor here isn't safe. The doctor will see. This place has also been contaminated by...
Ajá.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they...
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. That complicates things.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up.
All right. Come with it. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Eso sí que si te cae en el agua te fuiste.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
Mierda, el puente se está rompiendo. Anda al diablo. No, Mary Jane. Mierda. Cayó en el agua, Mary James. No, Mary James.
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Ay, 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 en el más allá fue.
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't...
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Oh. Was I.
Oye,
Was
di
I
que
sleeping?
dormida, el agua la mandó por otro
Yes,
lado
it would
ahora.
appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before
Ya lo
with
sabe,
foreign
you know.
merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and
Mary
we
Jane cayó en el
resolved
agua
the matter
envenenada.
not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In
Mademoiselle.
that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some...
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Look, it's Navia! She's here!
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly...
¿Qué será lo que va a pasar aquí?
Desiree.
Ah, todos los muertos están ahí.
Julien. Essen. Why are so many people here? And Why do... And as for the judge... huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any idea what they're doing?
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please...
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain.
Ajá, sí,
As
explícame
all
porque hasta yo estoy
here know,
confuso.
you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You
Mierda.
will be together
Oye.
with us.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but...
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt.
Ellos quieren que ella se quede muerta, parece ahí. Es una visión que ella está viendo.
Exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul... Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We...
And you would call this justice? Have you forgotten how much you all once
Bueno,
wronged
aquí hay
to
un lío
become
feo aquí.
individuals?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall and that is...
My head...
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. Oh, I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Shanida.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss... No... Silence.
Ajá, llegó el juez.
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from...
Our thanks, Miss...
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place.
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall...
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must...
Goodbye.
Farewell.
¿Y será verdad que ellos habrán muerto?
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
Fue un sueño.
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
De repente que...
I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second. But they gave me... Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before...
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that...
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then. So, Neuvillette, You're prep?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very...
Sigue explorando las
I'm
ruinas.
sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
The time's beckon.
Dada Kundala.
Bueno, esta ruina tan bobito.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Ya lo sabe.
Mind the side effects.
Watch out! There are rock falls over here! The doctor will see.
There is no escape.
Bueno, ya atacan solo por mí. Y le amé. Coño, está gileando bien ya. Digo, Neuvillette se gilea solo. Mierda.
It seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Guapo, AFK y estoy en Fortnite. Ah, está bien los tociños, gracias.
Mind the side effects. Remember, help comes
Sorry, gordo, estoy jugando. Estoy entretenido viendo esta historia de esto.
Oh, brilliant!
Let the mighty be humble. Bow your head. A bitter pill to swallow.
Está buena la historia. No, muchacho, sí, muchacho. Y tú no has visto lo que viene, porque lo que pasa es que esta historia, por ejemplo, mira, ese personaje que yo tengo es el Arconte. Ella se llama Furina. La historia es de ella, la que yo estoy haciendo. Yo la saqué anoche porque el gachapón de ella salió anoche, mira, a las 11 de la noche. Yo tiré un par de deseos y la saqué, mírala ahí. Ella es el arconte, los arcontes de cada nación son como el rey de cada nación, de cada elemento. Fuego, agua, ella es la reina de la nación de agua. Por ejemplo, mira, yo tengo la reina de la nación de agua, el rey de la nación de la roca, Sean Lee, la reina de la nación del trueno. Yo tengo los reyes, esos son los personajes más fuertes de cada nación. Y la reina de la nación dentro, que es una niña, ella, que tiene como 1000 años. Me falta el de la nación del viento, porque no me gusta, pero después yo lo voy a sacar en un futuro. Falta la reina de la nación de fuego y el rey de la nación de hielo. Entonces esta historia es de ella, porque ella tiene unos poderes ocultos y como que ella obvia como la cantidad de poder que tiene. Entonces esta misión es de ella. Lo que pasa es que me mandan a hacer otra cosa como antes de ir Esta misión dura como 3 horas, muchachos, 4. Mira, yo tengo 1 hora apenas. Ya yo hice la primera parte, esta es la segunda. Puede ser que dure como 3 horas. Pero se va a poner muy chula porque yo me spoileé un poco y vienen vaina dura. Chima para adelante. Ella cambia de disfraz y tú te fijas, ella tiene el pantalón y como la cola blanca, ¿verdad? Si yo presiono, si yo hago el ataque cargado, ella se pone azul oscuro, mira. Porque ella lo que hace es que invoca 3 animales que le ayudan a pelear o invoca una estatua que le da vida, que la gilea. Por ejemplo, mira, si yo me quito vida, mira, la estatua me va a llenar la vida, fíjate, 2000, mira. Pero me está llenando poco la estatua porque ella está en nivel 70 y el nivel correcto es el 90. Tengo que ponerle mucha vida, mira. Tengo que ponerle los talentos al 9 para que ella pueda hacer algo bien. Y tengo que terminarle de armar. Yo la estoy armando al paso. Investiga el espacio de más adelante.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Hay algo en los muros.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the front.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see.
Está en esta nación que debería ser destruida, registrarse.
I shall record the history of its.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same.
And is that Lady Furina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Sí, porque la profecía dice como que esa ciudad va a quedar sumergida en el agua y todos van a morir, menos la Arconte. Entonces la profecía hay muchas cosas que no son claras todavía. Ah, mira, él va a absorber los conocimientos.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Puede ser que se cumpla así.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
¿Qué es lo que le pasa al Traveler? ¿Qué es lo que piensa? Desafío completado.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will
De
share
acuerdo,
the
hasta
results.
mañana pues.
We're gonna talk to her about this directly. Will that be a problem? But
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands.
all right, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. All right. I'll be on...
Mira, pasé en la parte 2. Navi y Neuville se marchan y Paimon y tú llegan a la base de Espina de Rosa para descansar en el río.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you.
Yay! And there's good food too!
A comer.
Ooh, dessert!
Mira, un mulito de pollo, una vainita, un guaristoqui, mira, un pedacito de bizcocho.
already starting to forget what happened today.
Ese es Mona. ¿Qué hace Mona ahí? Mona de Mondstadt. ¿Qué hace Mona tan lejos? 5 naciones para atrás.
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
No, ¿qué hace tú en Fontaine, Mona? Digo, Mona ve el futuro, ¿verdad? Mona... La arquimagia, sí, porque ella es magia, ella hace magia.
Nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hat, there was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were
¿Cómo
to
se
take
llama tu
one
maestra?
astromancer, Barbaloth Trismegistus.
Barbaloth Trismegistus, el diablo.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is in plain...
Thrice as great? That's so...
I know, right? A that's just how she is. She used to
Talk about excessive.
Megistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak.
That sounds terrible! Ugh. But anyway, you're not Fontaine.
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the...
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we...
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Creo que ella está diciendo, tengo un mal presentimiento en cuanto al
That
agua.
was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long...
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine. Even that of Altiva. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call it. On the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful...
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all...
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are...
Thanks, Mona! You're amazing!
Oh, well, this is something only I can...
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all...
Indeed, indeed.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything...
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too
Sí, porque es
carried
hora de
away
dormir,
there.
mía, y tú estás haciendo pila de
I'll go
bulla
tend
ahí.
to my own business now.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina... If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be... that's more like it.
Paimon y tú charlan un rato y se van a dormir para recuperar fuerzas.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of... But it's time to get up, traveler.
Esta es la parte 3 de la misión y todavía no van a dar gema, o sea que falta esta parte y después la parte final.
Mind the side effect.
You're here! Finally!
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into it.
Discutiendo.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson.
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3...
The prophecy?
The prophecy. See the prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if
I don't! I've never seen such slates!
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have...
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very...
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take...
There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Mierda.
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh! You noticed! Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again. Still, I do not understand. Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is we may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth.
En general, la
when
gente
standing
siempre
trial.
dice la verdad en un juicio.
Perhaps
Tal
we
vez
must have
podríamos
the
hacer que el
Hydro
Arconte se viera en una
Archon
situación de
experienced.
ese tipo.
Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she...
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such?
Well, that's everyone. Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people.
Oh, Lynette ahí.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing.
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time.
Lynette.
It's nice to enjoy tea here,
El
you know.
mago más roto
Care
de
for a
todos.
cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Reminem.
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail.
Huh?
Clorinda
Didn't
también
you
está
say
aquí.
that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right.
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the
Los cazadores fantasmales, oye, maldito nombre.
They did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now...
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter this. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so...
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic...
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the if we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement.
El diablo.
However, that also goes for prey that must
Oye,
be
Clorinda está hablando de matar gente. La creta.
Why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it.
So, are we going hunting together?
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but...
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting... But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god. A being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on.
En este caso no existe ni un cazador ni una presa, solo la posibilidad de tender una trampa. Ellos le van a tender una trampa al Archon, ¿te parece que?
Tough few days, hasn't it? Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about... it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? seen that cup before?
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Otra vez es el destino.
So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about?
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well,
the voice.
Mierda, ¿y qué fue? Las inesperadas noticias te dejan un poco...
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've
Mona
walked in
otra
on
vez.
some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more... Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief...
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
Imagino que vino a transmitirnos un
She
mensaje.
said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N sent, but I've never met her. And if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around...
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine.
No te
We're
preocupes.
just a little down right now.
Diablo, estoy loco por llegar ya a la etapa 3. ¿Y la PC, Willy, cuenta cómo está eso? No, la PC está rota, mi hermano. Nada de queja, hasta ahora 100% dura. Le voy a poner un poquito más de RAM para terminarla ya, para dejarla así. Porque yo le dije que yo le puse el enfriamiento líquido, ¿verdad? Tiene 16 de RAM, le voy a poner 16 más para dejarla con 32. Tiene el sistema líquido que le puse, un sistema líquido ahí que me costó 5,000 y pico. No lo he pagado, lo voy a pagar ahora en diciembre. Cuando me den el doble, lo voy a pagar. Se lo cogí a un amigo mío, fiado. Me lo puso para diciembre. Entonces ya le pongo 16 de RAM, entonces después me voy a poner a juntar para comprar una tarjeta de video más dura. Para el año que viene. A ver si la cambio por una de 12.
Hey, traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk.
Yo tengo Corsair.
Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always
Ve al
like to walk
kiosco. Ah, pues hay un kiosco aquí. A ver si el kiosco está arriba. Si el kiosco está arriba. Yo voy a comprar una 3070. Yo voy a comprar una de 12 o de 16. Por esta me dan como 5,000 por ahí cuando yo la vaya a vender. 4,000 o 5,000. Por lo menos una de 12. Sí, una de 12. Voy a juntarme por lo menos 15,000 pesos por ahí. Y voy a vender esta o voy a ver si la cambio y doy algo de diferencia, pero por una nueva. No la quiero usar de nuevo. Por eso quiero juntar casi 20,000 por si acaso. Pues yo sé que me va a costar un par de pesos. Y un case para el año que viene cambiar el case. Tengo que juntarme como más o menos como 30,000 pesos para cambiar el case y montarle una tarjeta. Una tarjeta más potente. Sí, por eso dije que la voy a dejar como por un año así y voy a ir juntando para hacer más cosas. Ya se está acercando el bobo.
That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day. It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the 10.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Está heavy ahí, sí, mi hermano.
Here to buy cake too?
Estamos
It
así.
seems Monsieur Nervalet was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Eam está bien, está hablando con él, creo que antes de ayer. Ayer no recuerdo si hablaba. No. El lunes fue el último día que hablé con él. El día de fiesta.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon and you wouldn't get to eat cake?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the...
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call...
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
¿Conoces a
I sure
Chichiwin?
do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes. Alright, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be It's more delicious than last time! And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Sal del bistro de bot. Diablo, qué nombre. Antes de yo irme, dame ver qué venden aquí. Ah, tú, ellos venden recetas, déjame comprársela.
We're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have
Ve al pájaro de vapor.
Wow!
Charlotte.
Isn't the Traveler and Paimon? Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about?
Ha! You've got some nerve. You just used us to.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even said.
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives...
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
Oye, después que le dijo ladrona, dije que no yo no es de ahí. Porque le ofreció comida.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a...
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive...
Huh? So your article in the paper...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few...
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but if you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from this. From what I've seen, most
Ellos le están preguntando a todo el mundo que qué van a hacer cuando la profecía se comience a cumplir.
in all likelihood, I'd probably still be
Que no, cuando ellos vean agua que digan a correr.
Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview, and then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic. But I do love my job.
Workaholic. Tenía mucho no escuchaba esa
that's my
frase.
answer. And on that?
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow. No, Paimon should ask.
Oye, ¿qué pregunta le hace ahora?
What would you like to do? We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing? like it'll grow mold. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the
A riot?
Well, that said, Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House. And while she was resting during it, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis.
Ay, ay, ay.
And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they...
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened...
So what happened after that, is Furina...
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten... The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order, and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when
Por ahí
things
viene
had
el juicio,
stabilized
ya
did
lo
we
que yo
realize that
quiero
she
que
had
venga.
gone.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god, after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters. Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation.
Don't worry. This is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well...
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, and as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a... When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and... It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up. In that case, there's not a moment to...
Ah, tú ves, ya pasamos la tercera misión de Arconte. Tú ves, esta es la misión final. La profecía se cumplirá. Busca a Furina en Poison. Ya esta es la parte final de la misión, pero esta parte final puede durar 1 hora, atento a Church. Cuando tú ves que van a dar gemas ya, que van a dar gemas. Lo raro es que van a dar gemas y no me van a dar constelaciones del Traveler. Dame ver el Traveler. ¿Cuántas constelaciones yo tengo? 4. Bueno, está bien.
Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Mira, Furina se vino a esconder para acá.
That's Furina, right over there. She really is here.
Should I just give up? This is what was meant to happen, did happen after all. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry, but what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why,
Ahí cambió la personalidad.
From that mob of my...
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to... Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the art. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too. Of course.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon!
Anda, diablo. La encontraron.
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some... That's against the rules.
Furina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with...
Ajá.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Furina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before...
What? What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the...
Ah, le tendían una trampa.
No, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
A quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go...
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for... I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to... I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also, for me, indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times. This fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with... As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not... Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for every... Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my... Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of...
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
¿Qué lo que es mío?
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Cuéntamelo, seré tu testigo.
Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes? In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator. If that's the case...
Ajá. Aquí viene un maldito bobo. Ajá. Y ahora, habla ahora o calla para siempre. Lineide quitándosela. Qué maldito bobo.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
Ya tú sabes, ella cree que
May
porque
I
ella la
interpret
justicia
these
significa.
words as your refusal to stand trial.
Hasta Neuil está
In
aquí ya.
that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a
Ajá.
duel.
Clorín de papá.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Saca tu espada y peleemos.
It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
Claro, es verdad.
Raise my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary.
Ah, ella prefiere batirse en un cosa que la juzgue.
For a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arts.
Aclamen, festejen, pues en esta ópera se revelará frente a sus ojos una de las obras más épicas habidas por haber.
Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. Woohoo!
Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Yo seré tu rival contra el Traveler.
That so. Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat.
Order.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite
Ese juicio fue provocado
the people's resentment
para poder
against their
descubrir qué es lo
Archon
que
has been
pasa.
building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you,
when something like that occurred. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed
Ahí viene este a hablar del baúl que le armó el lío hace dos parches
the
atrás.
box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Air was an Archon. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such...
O sea, que él puede hacer magia con...
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist...
Oye, la verduga del justiciazgo se llama Clorín de Diablazo, qué apodo.
As soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without
Thank you.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with converse. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived. Oh? Is that so? Then I suppose I must have... It's fine. It matters. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the...
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Oh, let Paimon see. Wait. Then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something for... Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part. I didn't think this is the first time Monsieur Fatou.
Es una recopilación de las sentencias.
The words of someone as extraordinary.
Okay.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervilette. There's no need to repeat. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant, and of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand
Hablando
the
ahí como
actions of a
Zamasu.
god. However, you will...
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct.
Mira el
as a
Traveler
Archon.
hablando.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that?
El diablo.
Furina's a fraud?
Qué pedra.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking...
Charge accepted. Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the... Lady Furina.
Habla.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Fauchelor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine.
Yeah,
Even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can be super irresponsible.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the...
Mierda, el Traveler está incómodo.
To surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not, and if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Vamos a ver. Dame darle la investigación de Archelino.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess...
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh?
Una maldición.
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them.
Ajá. Se emparejó la vaina ahí.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this
Déjame darle la sentencia de Noble.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as...
Ajá, esa. Ah, mira, la estoy pegando yo la vaina. No he fallado ahí. Sí, porque tiene lógica, porque ella no entendió en por qué Noble fue declarado culpable tampoco, si ellos lo declararon inocente.
The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is...
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court.
Le están aplicando la ley a ella misma y este que es celoso con sus leyes. Si no, pregúntale a Tartaglia. Por poco lo revienta.
Nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the
real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilt, but the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever since it... You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce...
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience,
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Ajá.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much...
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people.
Oye, ya ni encuentra qué decir.
The people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily life.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon
Saludos, buena, bienvenida Maroon. ¿Cómo tú estás?
God with no power even still be called a god?
¿Cómo estás? Ajá, subió la vaina.
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to, but please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true.
¿Cómo estás? ¿Ya compraste una fábrica de chocolate? No, ya la pusimos la fábrica. Tiene una producción de par de chocolate bacano ahora en diciembre.
That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be
Wow, she came up with yet another argument.
Dame ver. Dame ver. Yo me estoy muriendo de una gripe. Ay, le dije la que no era. De la gripe tampoco. Bueno, ahí me dio esa gripe mal y duré 2 semanas jodido.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows,
Yo espero que no me dure 2 semanas. Ojalá. Bebe vitamina C de la buena, de 1000 miligramos.
Including those of some of my closest friends.
Dura por lo menos
Miss Furina, would you dare
una
to
semana.
touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon,
Mira, ya
touching
lo
the
tú se
seawater would
fue.
have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess
if Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she...
Ajá.
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you...
Ajá.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
Anda al diablo.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like
What's going on? Is she really planning to...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
Hey!
Lo ha hecho.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon!
Anda al diablo. Se salvó a Chepe, ahí está de arrogante otra vez.
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordials.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Furina.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the sea. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual. We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
O sea que al final se dio cuenta que ella no es una falsante. Qué maldito lío. Y entonces.
It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used for.
I can't believe you. Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that Also, if I was really just a human, why would I...
Anda, DH.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too...
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end.
Ay, ay,
If there are
ay.
no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Ay, ay, ay. La analizadora va a estar dictando un veredicto ahora. Bueno.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
Bueno.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine.
Willy, Resident Evil 4
As a
remake para
human
cuándo.
who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens.
Vamos a darle este fin de semana ya. Porque he soltado la Lies of P en banda, pero no es que no la voy a jugar. Lo que pasa es que me ha chochado un poco realmente. Bueno, no, perdón, este fin de semana yo creo que voy a hacer una cuantas cosas. Oye, oye, miércoles. Si mañana jueves le damos de un rato a Fortnite, vamos a ver si le damos el viernes a Resident Evil. Bueno, ahí viene la analizadora a dictar un veredicto ya. Se está acercando la escena que yo quiero que los muchachos vean. La vaina no es nada más hablar aquí, se va a armar unos líos feos. Nunca nada termina bien. Aquí.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Furina is...
Ay.
Well, what's wrong?
¿Será que?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: to be punished via
A pena de muerte.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice?
El diablo.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of...
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means...
Any mission Father assigns to me.
Con la ayuda de uno Fatu y Fremine sube una placa al escenario.
That the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find...
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
Es la antigua Arconte Hydra usando su poder divino.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we... so when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stones. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you
Observa las imágenes de las placas para extraer de ellas la información clave.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. Does that mean that Fontaine? The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their... The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people. Huh. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that,
Déjame ver.
That doesn't sound quite...
Que no es esa.
That doesn't sound...
Tampoco.
That doesn't sound...
Tampoco.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into... The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have...
Okay.
That doesn't sound... That doesn't sound... That doesn't...
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro
¿Verdad que
Archon
esos
in the
hechos que
sea.
están plasmados ahí no son los reales? O sea que una placa de piedra.
That doesn't... That doesn't... That doesn't...
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians
Ya lo
can
no
be
he pegado
dissolved
ni
in
una.
primordial, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago,
The Hydro Archon used her power. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve. Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nerval and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson, and the eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Bueno.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. But then it feels like we're going to have...
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny.
We're not real humans.
Ya tú sabes, no son humanos.
Fontanians were originally created by the late previous... The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater. And how all the girls... Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All...
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content
Oh, el pecado del Arconte fue crear las Oceánidas.
also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account...
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once in the end? The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people...
Pablo, qué dura esta historia. Ya, hasta yo entendí ahora qué es lo que está pasando aquí ya.
You've made
Por
some
eso
key
que la declararon
deductions.
culpable.
I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many people. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, when we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative.
Well?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon.
Míralo ahí,
were
es
both
correcta.
correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority, not one to give in. She eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial
Ah,
sea.
es el pecado de
That is the
robar
true
ese
history
poder.
of how
Por
the
eso es
people
que
of Fontaine
Fontaine se tiene
first
que
came
hundir.
to be.
Todos deben morir. Oh.
So we were all Oceanids before.
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Arc. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now...
What should we do?
Bueno.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be...
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede. However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only... As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered...
Otra vaina más, la última. Ah, ok, la última.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
¿Cuál es el verdadero origen de la catástrofe?
It was both dream
La
and
ballena del
reality.
sueño.
If we're talking about a true
Paimon, si lo que buscamos es un culpable, la única opción es aquello que hay en el mar primigenio, ¿no? La
The truth,
ballena.
the original sin, the trial.
Ajá. Coño, por fin, acción. Boberto lo que viene ahora. No, todavía. Mira quién acaba de llegar aquí. No contaban con su astucia. Diablo, qué duro está Tartaglia, mano. ¿Mm? Se le estaban yendo los poderes. Anda al diablo. Diablo, qué escena más dura. Eso indica problema ahora. Qué poco ha faltado. Esa es la ballena gigante con la que soñaste. ¿Cómo pudo haber aparecido de repente la ópera?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to... Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to...
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have from the way he looked. He must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive.
That's not something I will We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
Mierda, pocionamiento,
So the
bobo.
prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
Tal vez aunque la profecía se cumpla de verdad, sí que hay una manera de salvar a los demás. Debe haber algo que se me esté escapando. Claro, Furina, ¿qué es lo que iba a contarnos cuando estábamos en el baúl? ¿Cuál es el secreto de Furina?
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Va a ejecutar la pena de muerte.
Furina! No, I still need answers.
Oh, oh. ¿Quién es esta? ¿Será la antigua Arcon? Mira, la antigua Arconte Hydro aquí.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone
Ella es
was a resounding
Focalors, no
success.
Furina.
But to answer your question...
Fosolo. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool the heavenly principles.
Al orden celestial.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? everyone doomed to dissolve. Font 1 was not amused. In fact, 1 was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the 7, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian... But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I...
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always
bueno,
dreamed
pues
of
ya
becoming
tampoco es
human.
humano.
And I still do, even now. In my eye, after becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could
Se
feel
parece un
joy,
poco a la de
sorrow, and
Najida.
everything in between.
Lo único
She
que la
could
de
be as
Najida es
vain
hasta
and
más
conceited.
triste, yo
Her
creo.
strengths
Porque la de
were of a
Najida
kind
fue una
only
muerta.
a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principle.
No, y falta una pelea todavía. Yo tengo que pelear con esa ballena porque se supone que esa ballena es un jefe. La misión yo la estoy haciendo para desbloquear el jefe.
In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the High under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, it's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Toqué una lágrima de Furina, si no recuerdo mal. ¿Quién te dio permiso para subir este escenario con Archon de Fócalo? Entiendo que no puedas evitar tu admiración.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Oh, do not jest. Can you not? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display. Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon.
Silence! Justice is blindsided.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards! Where are the guards? Guards!
Ya ha apagado todos los focos. Seguro que en el interior de Furina esa luz se simbolizaban. Acto número 1, enfrente del espejo, Furina.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that?
Esa es la falsa.
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy.
What prophecy? Wait. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine...
Oh, very good.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to... I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, but if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side...
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Font play as a god? That's right. You must begin a never-ending mess. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed...
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true child.
I'm still not sure
Ah, ella le dijo que fíjase al conte, que ella se va a encargar de la profecía. Para que ella quede como tal.
So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, but I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial? Huh. How exciting. I'll be...
Acto 2. El discurso de toma de posesión de Furina. Ah, parece que ese es el recuerdo que ella le dio. Oh, ya estoy entendiendo. Ella lo que está recordando es, ella le está mostrando al Traveler, el que seguro está sentado, que no sé qué raro, no lo presentan ahí. Ella simplemente le está mostrando al Traveler cómo ella se hizo el arconte de Fontaine. Bueno, me voy a subir aquí en lo que pasan los diálogos. Voy a buscar algo de tomar.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Ok, vamos a ver.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an... Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserved now. I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership. Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was. Now then, let us be
so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest. I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
El público aplauden y aclaman. ¿Y cuántos actos son? Actos 3, la ópera Furina. Willy, mi amor. Hola, Carla, ¿cómo estás? Bienvenida.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neverlet. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to
Y la cámara. A veces la pongo, Carla. No ando en cámara ahora mismo, yo la guardé.
Trial are you truly looking forward to?
Como esta historia es importante, yo no quería que me vieran a mí para que no se desconcentren conmigo y estén pendientes al juego mejor.
How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
Quizá mañana la ponga cuando vaya a jugar Fortnite. O pasado. Yo la guardé ahí.
The trial I await. It...
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an... All right. Deuteria, is it? How is your...
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my...
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still...
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but all manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to...
Really? Have they found anything?
Uh-huh.
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the god. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going. And... All right, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Acto número 4. ¿Y cuántos actos son?
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases.
There'll be no need for that.
Lady Furina, I've waited so...
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near...
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
Ay, que ella se hizo pasar como que lo sabía todo. Y al final no sabía ni mierda.
I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will... I feel utterly exhausted.
Mierda, la tienen loca. Acto número 10, 182.375, la ópera Furina. El
Lady
diablo.
Furina, it's like I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you.
And what a fine family yours is indeed.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is...
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your...
Mierda.
So interminable. Hundreds of years must have passed by now. I never imagined that have I reached my limit. No. Perhaps I reached it.
Mi hermano Esteban, ¿qué es lo que es?
¡Wow! ¡Activo con Willy! ¡Wow!
¿Qué es lo que dice?
¿Qué es lo que dice?
Tranquilo, mi hermano, aquí haciendo esta historia como de 4 horas que se va a tener que chupar el Jisoo también cuando la haga. Tranquilo, ahí estaba el Donnie preguntando por usted ahorita, pero yo creo que Donnie no está ahí. Dame ver, Donnie se fue ya, dame ver. Sí, Donnie se fue. Coño, ¿y cuántos malditos actos son? Furina y... Diablo.
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people...
Ah, el Traveler, ella.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in some. Just share it with me.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator. If that's the He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright, Furina? You've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this one. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find if you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
Ajá, pero dile.
No, I have nothing to say. I am for all you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtain.
Fine.
O sea, que todo este rato fue para perder tiempo para ella no decirle nada. No joda a ella.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, it seems that trusting humanity was...
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful
Diablo, la
repose
solución para que Furina se salve es que la verdadera Archonte muera. Demonio.
500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated.
Oye, la analizadora acumuló juicio para poder tener el poder suficiente para matar a un arconte. El diablo.
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
Ay, ella es la que le dice así.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possess. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, The descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice. And to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all other. At this point, we, whether it be myself, Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see at last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come.
Mierda.
I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Mierda. Mierda. Se mochó el cocote.
Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Él lo perdonó y sigue lloviendo. ¿Cómo es la vaina? Claro, falta algo por hacer todavía. Yo no he peleado.
What just happened? Has the death...
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection?
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved,
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that...
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means.
Ah, el Arconte le devolvió su máximo poder como dragón de agua para que pueda derrotar a la ballena. Claro que vamos a partirle el culo ahora.
Now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out the root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophet. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Claro que vamos para allá, papá.
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordials. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. We shall share the path to the ancient dragon. We shall look for an opening together.
Maldita ballena más grande.
Bow your head. The ancient feel its sorrow turn into hostility.
Mind the side effects.
Sí, pero ella como que no ataca. ¿Qué es lo que pasa? Hay algo que no está completo aquí. Ven, para que me vaya gileando ahí. Ok.
A bitter pill to swallow.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. It will present itself.
Shine down!
¿Qué diablo te va a hacer ahora? Oh, mi hijo, ¿y tú?
Mind the side effects. This is nothing.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its will from within.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Silence!
No estoy entendiendo nada, pero está bien. El diablo. What? Oh. Cuántas cosas en una misión, ¿eh? Mira quién salió ahí. Skirk. Anda al diablo.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but it was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's
Shirk.
master.
I Shirk.
Skirk, right?
I Skirk. Exacto.
She gave us the impression that she was
Diablo, qué duro este personaje.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak.
¿Será jugable próximamente?
You, on the
No
other
tiene
hand,
visión, pero...
managed to defeat the all-devout, so you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial wall. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's
Lo que
not
pasa es ese
worth it.
diálogo
It
ahí.
eats
Déjame
too
yo
much.
ver algo.
And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
I am unfamiliar.
Nunca había oído ese nombre.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhine-Daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhine-Daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-Daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Anda al diablo.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Quedó todo el mundo ahogado.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Cambió la profecía, fue. Ok. Mierda, qué dura esta historia, mano. Cambiaron el destino de la profecía, fue, para que no se pudiera cumplir.
Scans, initiate emergency rescue. Hurry!
Hey, lend a hand!
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
No, que no era cierta, que lo salvan, pues. Ustedes porque no saben cómo fue que se salvan.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
No era que no era cierta, se salvan en tablita, pues.
Renewed. The Spina di Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, Booner Brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team.
Okay.
Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margin. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled...
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the...
Mierda. Más vaina, loco. What the fuck? Acto final. Déjame ver. ¿Y dónde está lo que me... Ahora mismo me dieron como algo, pero está bien.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the
Bueno, esta misión le queda un par de minutos más todavía.
it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the knave in sending
No
us
sé,
a
pero
large amount of
Argelino no me da
supplies,
confianza.
and
Algo
is
quiere
helping with
hacer.
our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but...
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same
Bueno,
interests
Jesus, si
as
usted
the
está
Spina.
viendo, prepárese para lo que lo espero yo.
Keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorinde?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, Gap.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Oye la otra.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorinde.
Wow, you really do have that never...
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Nervillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make...
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to that.
Ok, ahora tengo que ir al fondo del mar también.
We once thought the Fortress of Meripede would be super scary, but you've got a set schedule, guaranteed food and board, and you can even buy all kinds of stuff with credit coupons. Oh, you mean Risley? He's definitely a pretty impressive leader. Well, he does look kind of intimidating. He's actually pretty easy to talk to once you... Paimon wonders how he's like with the people here. Do they also get the same gut? Yeah, he must be doing something right to maintain order here, while not making everything feel super oppressive.
Excuse me, did I hear someone there?
Huh? Paimon could have sworn she just heard something.
Excuse me, is someone passing by? Could you do me a favor, please?
Ah, está ahí adentro, parece.
Nope, Paimon wasn't dreaming. There's someone over there for sure. But Paimon doesn't see anyone.
Oh, did you hear my call? Thank you so much.
Ah, dentro de la caja.
Inside this...
You're inside the box? Oh, no wonder. Why are you we hadn't happened to pass by, you could have been
It's a bit complicated. Can we not talk about that for now?
Whoa, that's terrible. Did someone seriously do that to you?
No, it was nothing quite that serious. I'd just like some help.
Just your patch? But then, wait, Paimon gets it! Something must have happened to your hair! Sorry. So that's what happened. You just need your hat, right? We'll get it back to you right away!
I think you may have misunderstood me, but never mind. Please, just help me.
¿Y cuál es el misterio de este pana con esa gorra? ¿Será que hay alguien malo ahí adentro?
Bit of a brim, nothing fancy. I think I probably lost it near the entrance elevator. It was getting a bit. It's really important to me, so your help would mean the world.
Don't worry, we'll be back in no time.
Coño. Ay, ¿qué pasa el acto final? Mierda, pide la misión de vaina también, Piden alguna parte de la misión de Rosalie, Diablo. Hay más contenido que el diablo para hacer.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic...
Looks like you've been missing us.
Dude, did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jerrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks. Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Mierda, esta misión sí dura, coño.
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to...
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as...
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
Boy.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler? Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the
Ya yo
incident
te
with
que no
Lord
quiero ni
Child,
leer ella.
or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Nervillet has had a significant...
So there's some...
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Supongo que ya puedo llamarlo compañero de batalla.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance.
Archelino, ¿qué hace?
Please do
Bueno,
not pay
para
my
buscar sus hijos.
accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great.
Yo no sé, pero Archelino está como, es como la Fatui, como que de momento se ha vendido como la más, de que buena, y la cara es una desgracia.
And that's a wrap for me.
Huh? Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming...
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon, you take...
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met, too. And what do you... I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths. And all right, then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte, huh? Shall we go
Busca a Neuvillet. Maldita sea, mano. También a Neuvillet.
The show begins.
Busca a Neuvillet arriba. What the- ¿Cómo que arriba? Yo acabo de entrar. Ah, claro. No, suéltame, espérate. Tengo que subir. Abajo, espérate, no estoy entendiendo. Busca a Neuvillet, ¿verdad? Oh, maldita sea, estoy aquí. No me diga que... Ah, claro, dame ver si es lo que yo creo. Esta rareza, pues yo estoy ahí en el punto de encontrarlo. ¿Será que él está arriba en el vaina? ¿En serio? ¿Y cómo ustedes pretenden que yo suba hasta allá? Claro, porque él no está arriba, él está como del lado atrás de la ópera. Entiendo yo. Sí, él está para allá atrás.
The entrance to the fortress!
Míralo ahí donde está.
He really is there!
Coño, me voy a caer.
Strike a pose! So, you really are here, Neuvillette! Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? Phil?
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalord destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged
Ya tú sabes, ya Neuvillet tiene todos sus poderes.
But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete
Por
humans
eso fue que él
born
dijo,
Vigiria's
perdono los
use of the
pecados
power
del
of the
pueblo de
primordial
Fontaine.
sea,
Fue para que cuando el
with
río subiera no
constitutions similar to
murieran.
that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain
Diablo, este
within them,
tigre está más roto de lo que yo
I could use the
pensaba.
ancient dragon's authority to grant them
O sea que
true
al final él
life,
quedó con la
after
autoridad
the fashion in
definitiva de
which life
Fontaine,
was
como
first
quiera.
brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and
Él
thus would
convirtió a la
naturally
gente
no
en
longer
humanos
be
de verdad.
dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalord must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalord finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Pero toda esa pregunta yo te la he hecho. Por ejemplo, ¿qué
I have
pasó con
investigated
Noble?
his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalors deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off.
Ah, por eso fue que lo declararon culpable. Diablo, qué inteligente el Archonte, mano. Ella lo declaró culpable porque si lo encerraban, él con su poder iba a poder encontrar a la ballena y se iba a mantener peleando con ella para evitar que saliera antes de tiempo, para ello organizar el juicio final. Oh, mierda, qué duro. O sea que al final el Tartaglia está roto.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans.
Paimon sorta get...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
No, mío, ya.
Hang on a sec. Paimon still got it. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had... We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
Ajá, ¿quién tiene la gnosis?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Ay, él la había visto a ella.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalors' divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befall. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
El aprendiz de Tartaglia.
That's what she told me. whether it would prove useful or not. I wanted to pass that information on.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the no-sees actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remain?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Ay, coño, él le entregó la gnosis a los Fatui Diablo, qué fácil.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect
Ay,
you to
pero no
be
te pongas así, cármate.
Diablo, él le entregó el poder de la nación de agua como si nada a ellos. Sin embargo, Furina, que es la arconte de que más sabia y la que no le gusta la pelea, la decidió conservar aunque se arme el lío, igual que Raiden también. Eso le va a traer problemas a ellos al final.
Comparing the traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it
Que
unwise
no.
to make too many blind guesses when
Anote la
information is
fecha.
lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis...
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through...
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not.
No,
But
ahora
once in a
no,
while,
porque
I too
eso...
would guess that if wishes were like the cloud
Ahora que
life
falta para
flows
terminar la
like
historia, le
water,
quedan más de 2 años
and
todavía al
rain
juego.
is the final
Como
answer.
2 años y medio de
The
historia
water
todavía.
levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fit. And what ultimately?
Y
is the
todos los
difference
parches
between the
terminan con
rains that fall
Neuvillette
upon
hablando
all
al
of us?
final. Diablo, por fin, papá Dios.
Mind the side effects.
Vamos detrás de esta espada. Pero todavía falta para tirar multi. Mierda, por fin, coño. Me hubiera gustado hablar con Furina antes de terminar, pero... Dame
How
hacer
long
voz
will
de
this
ella.
require exactly?
Just sharpen my spear.
No, Jisoo, yo voy a tirar una multi, llévese de mí. Que ayer me fue bien tirando multi. Cuando yo la complete. Como quiera yo no me voy sin sacar esa arma. Usted lo va a saber, no se preocupe.
A bitter pill to swallow.
There is no escape.
How bold. Taking a turn for the better. Mind the side effects.
Boba, get them!
Illusion shattered, torn to oblivion.
Deflect. Here you are.
Adiós, mamá pene. ¿Cuántas veces, mi hermano? Se va a secar usted.
I have high hopes for this journey.
The pleasure is all mine.
Mira, Kiki ahora se llama Furina. Furina. Kiki, mi hermano. Ojalá Kiki pareciese un chin a ella. Kiki es la mejor. Bueno, ¿qué le digo? Ah, bien, mi hermano, pues imagínese. Si usted lo dice. Ok, nos falta esta zona. Pero esta zona ya yo no. Ya yo no estoy en el programa esto hoy ya.
Mind the side effects.
Ataquen, mis hijos.
Be sanctified. Bow your head.
Let the world collide!
Maldita vida, los dos, coño. Por la contra que ustedes están peleando.
Showing you praise!
Ataquen, subordinados.
Time to shine! The doctor will see you.
Seems like an emergency.
Ahora, si yo hago esto. Si yo hago esto. Ver ahora.
There is no escape.
Mind the side effects.
The hunter becomes the hunter.
A bit of help is swap.
A ver si es verdad lo que se había liqueado de ella. Dije que si yo agarro, vamos a ver si es verdad.
Illusion shattered.
Güey, mío, ¿qué es lo que es? Entonces, vamos a ver si es verdad. ¡Epa! Diablo, mira qué duro, loco. Mientras ellos están ahí, tú puedes caminar por arriba del agua. Demonio, loco. No puedo negar que la Archon Hydro. Entonces, también, si yo hago esto. Si yo cambio y me la llevo, dije que ellos entran. Ah, no, mira, le nerfearon eso. Ah, no, míralo aquí donde están peleando, ¿verdad? Ellos vienen abajo del agua, míralo aquí. Coño, qué chulo, mano. Sí, pero ella pierde vida. Pero, como ella pierde, ella también se sabe recuperar. Mis hijos, ¿ustedes vienen a buscar su muerte para acá? Vengan entonces. Adiós. Bueno, no sé para qué ustedes vinieron a morir.
Mind the side effects.
Y mucho que dura el campo gileando ahí. Ya se fue. Yo vengo y hago esto. Yo vengo y hago esto. Bueno. Esta tipa está súper rota. Señores, ya yo lo voy a dejar hasta aquí hoy. Ah, bueno, déjame ir a reclamar a la diaria ya. Voy a dejar este tren hasta aquí porque esa misión, coño. Furina, fue bonito mientras duró. Esa es tu alma en lo que yo te saco la del banner. Mientras tanto tú vas a quedar así.
Add Astra at... Thank you for
Esa es Kiki Furina. Está bien, mi hermano, Kiki Furina, entonces. ¿Qué vamos a hacer ya? Ah, pero hay algo que yo no he hecho, pero el jefe semanal, pero ¿y dónde quedará el jefe semanal de aquí? Dame ver. Oh. Oh, míralo aquí donde queda, ok. Ya yo sé dónde tú estás. Está bien, te vamos a hacer mañana ya. Bueno, señores. Vamos a ver si hay alguien aquí para darle rey. Si no, no fuimos. Ah, bueno, yo veo a Natalia jugando Fortnite. Ahí está Santi. Déjame ver dónde está Santi. Una pregunta, Esteban. ¿Usted no puede dar rey todavía? Porque usted daba rey antes. Creo yo. Pero está bien, yo lo doy yo mismo. Deja ver. Mire, ve. En lo que usted investiga, gracias por venir a los que estaban por aquí. Mañana vamos a jugar un chin de Fortnite. Le dimos casi 4 horas y media. Esta misión de Archon está más larga que el diablo. A Jisoo, ya te sabe lo que le espero yo. Se lo mamó a Drácula a usted ahí. Así que usted se prepara chilling y le mete a su misión de Arconte ahí con café y vaina, un día de picnic. Cuídense mucho, sí, usted puede reír, mi hermano, ve. Ya ustedes saben, pasen feliz resto del día. Déjame ver, está realizando un... Ah, claro, que hay que esperar unos segundos, creo. Vamos a ir donde Santinator a darle un chin de cariño al Santi. Lo que no sé es, el cooldown está grande ahí para el rey. ¿Y por qué? No entendí ahí. Yo le puedo dar al botón. Poderle, mi hermano, y nos fuimos. Y ya ustedes saben.